Good day, everyone. To our dear participants, thank you for being patient with us. We request all of you to please stand by and keep your camera closed and microphone on mute. The program will begin in a short while. To confirm your attendance, kindly click the link given and provide the necessary data. It is our pleasure to welcome you all to our virtual orientation on the school-based feeding program, school year 2021-2022, utilizing fiscal year 2022 funds. It is such a good day to teach minds, touch hearts, and transform lives. I am Maylin Tuastumban, your host for this activity. Let us begin this morning session by taking pride of the Filipino patriotism by singing our national anthem to be followed by a prayer.
Bayang mag-iwan sa silangan, alalang ng puso, sa itin mo'y buhay, lupang hinirang, tuwing ka nang mag-ibig sa manlulupi, ikabasisi, sa nagatak punyok sa sikoy at sa langit mong mga, malilap ang tulad, awit sa paglay minamahal, ang isat ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nadinig, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may magdidinig, lupa ng araw ng ating pasinta, buhay langit sa piling mo, ang higaya dapat may mamati, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
اللهم يا من على العرش استوى يا من خلق فسوى وقدر فهدى وأعطى كل شيء خلقه ثم هدى يا من أضحك وأبكى وأمات وأحيا وأسعد وأشقى وأوجد وأبلى ورفع وخفض وأعز وأذل وأعطى ومنع ورفع ووضع سبحان من شق البحار وكور النهار على الليل والليل على النهار يا من هدى من ضلاله وأنقذ من جهاله وأنار الأبصار وأحيا الضمائر والأفكار اللهم وفقنا لهداك واجعل عملنا في رضاك اللهم آت نفوسنا تقواها وزكها أنت خير من زكاها أنت وليها ومولاها اللهم حبب إلينا الإيمان وزينه في قلوبنا وكره إلينا الكفر والفسوق والعصيان واجعلنا من الراشدين يا رب العالمين.
Dear God, we praise and honor you as the Lord of our lives and the Lord over all the earth and beyond. We pray, O God, for your mercy and forgiveness, especially in times when we forget about you and fail to follow your word. O God, we thank you for coming into our lives and remind us that there is always hope for those who pray and believe. For all that we have, our lives, our work, our families, our neighbors, our co-workers, our friends, and even those against us, for whom we also pray. Thank you. O God, as one family, as one department of education, teach us to serve you and your people without counting the cost. Teach us to humble ourselves in the name of public service and serve others above our personal interests. And help us to put our faith in action and see you in everything we do and all those we serve, especially our learners, the heart of Depentan. Guide and lead our learners, teachers, administrators and staff, family, community, and stakeholders to become faithful to our core values of makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan, and makabansa, and enable us to contribute to building the nation and the world, and to make us worthy stewards of all your creation. We bring back all the glory and honor to you, O Lord, our God. Amen.
in encouraging participants to pay attention on today's discussion, for we will call randomly school heads and SBFP coordinators to answer questions based on the SBFP implementation. Thank you. We are very blessed with a beautiful morning today. To officially start our orientation, we are pleased to have our very dynamic Education Program Supervisor, Dr. Arlene Manginsay. A virtual applause, please.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Milin. My morning greetings to our Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Edelberto Opinaria, to our Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Rosemary Tolod-Masisar, to our CID Chief, Dr. Maria Eva Idon, and of course to our SGUD Chief, Dr. Maria Carmila T. Abdin, to all the division office personnel and attendants, and to the school heads and school program SBFP coordinator. It gives my immense warmth and pleasure to welcome you all to this activity. For taking part of this program, and I'm sure that you will feel enriched with knowledge after the completion of this event. Before we begin this program, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to all of you who sincerely committed to this event, specifically the SBFP focal persons, school coordinators, to make it a success. This event would have been impossible without the support of each and everyone present here. School-based feeding program, or SBFP, is sound investment in education. There is evidence that SBFP increases school enrollment, cognition, and education achievement, particularly if supported by complementary action such as deworming and the micronutrient fortification or supplementation. In the past years, the Department of Education, through the Bureau of Learners Support Services or BLSS, School Health Division has done policy improvements to make sure that the feeding program meets its objectives. Annual program evaluation indicates that the undernourished students, beneficiaries, convert to normal nutritional status at the end of the 120 feeding days. School attendance was also noted to have improved as is averaging to 98%. That was the previous years when we had still our face-to-face activities. Children were observed to have better class participation and exhibit positive health habits such as washing of hands before and after eating, toothbrushing, and general good grooming practices. Even at this time of pandemic, we ask our school children to do it at home. So school heads and other school personnel are oriented before the program started. Parents of the beneficiaries are included as participants of the orientation and committed their services for program implementation. Financial processes, including procurement and auditing procedures, are to be thoroughly discussed and monitored by the core technical working group at all levels. A good feedback mechanism is established using the supervisory structure of the school division office. Our accountant, particularly Sir Tor Ardon, assist school heads in complying with procurement requirements and in preparing liquidation reports, and consult with the staff also of the Commission on Audit or our COA regarding on the problems encountered by the SBFP implementers. So the SBFP appeared to work best when complemented with other school health programs such as deworming, micronutrient supplementation, Gulayan sa Paaralan program, and Was in Schools or WINS program. That's it. School heads underscore the importance of these programs to ensure that children are ready to learn, thrive in healthy school environment that allow them to develop health, promoting habits, behavior for healthier future generation. In fact, our gender and development program also, in collaboration with our health and nutrition section, we use our GAD funds to have the WINS program be implemented, particularly our hand washing facilities that will be of use to our learners, especially we started na our face-to-face classes. So the implementation of the SBFP showcased not only the improvement of the nutritional status of the severely wasted and the wasted learners, but at the same time, best practices were seen in different schools, such as the collaboration and close coordination with our stakeholders, our partners in the implementation of this program. The accountant, our accountant, and our auditor, and all the personnel who use also the we use also the social media such as the Facebook in the dissemination of information on the implementation of SBFP. And we have also recognized the effort of our school SBFP focal person or coordinator by having these best implementers which encourage schools to improve the program implementation. In conclusion, we would like to reaffirm that the Department of Education Division of Lanao del Norte would continue to stand ready to support activities for the school-based feeding program that focuses on holistic addressing the burden of malnutrition in school children. We hope that this year's school-based feeding program will again underpin the efforts of the Department of Education, teachers, parents, and key stakeholders in the joint endeavor towards better nutrition and health for the school children of Lanao del Norte. Let me end my remarks this morning by quoting Ernst Moltke saying, investing in early childhood nutrition is surefire strategy. The returns are incredibly high. Thank you so much, and once again, good morning.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Arlene, for that wonderful remark. May I remind everybody that during our orientation, we encourage everybody to gather all your queries and address it to the speakers, especially regarding liquidation and forms to be submitted. Thank you. To move forward, to fully capture the essence of this orientation, we shall listen to the mechanics of the orientation from one of the nurses from our division. May we call in Miss Patri Raifa Dumato.
Morning, Ma'am Maylin. Thank you for acknowledging me. Good morning sa tanan
Good
and
morning.
happy Ramadan. Assalamualaikum to my Muslim brothers and sisters. Now, let's proceed to the virtual orientation on the school-based feeding program, school year 2021-2022, utilizing funds. Our program for today is divided into two, which is in the morning and the afternoon. The first part of the morning, the first presenter will be Miss Kimrose Isibol, which is the SBFP focal person to present the operational guidelines for school year 2021-2022 of the school-based program, a feeding program. And the next presenter is Mr. Dryden Clee A. Samaniego to present the process flow of SBFP implementation. He is the alternate focal person of Ms. Kim Ibol, to be followed by Sir Tor Aurelio M. Ardon, our SDO accountant, to discuss on financial management. And our last speaker for morning is Miss Emily B. Padayhag, our SDO budget officer, to discuss on budget, SBFP budget. And then we will going to have our lunch break. And on the afternoon activity, our first speaker is Miss Fe Emelda C. Academia, our regional CBED coordinator of Philippine Carabao Center. She will discuss on milk implementation by PCC. to be followed by Miss Claire Sienna May M. Oyog, one of our division district nurses, to discuss on the Lanao del Norte Back to School champion. Uh, I, she is our Lanao del Norte Back to School champion, and she will discuss on safety laws. We'll also discuss
Ma'am Rai? Thank you. Thank you, Miss Pat, for making things clear for us. Now that we are all geared up for today, we would like to recognize and acknowledge the Division Sbfp focal person, Ms. Kim Rose Ibol, for the presentation of the operational guidelines for school year 2021-2022. A virtual applause, please. Again, may we call in Ms. Kim Ibol for the presentation of operational guidelines. We are sorry for having technical problem. Can you please stand by and be patient? Hello? Okay. Good morning, everyone. We're very sorry for the technical error that we are experiencing earlier today. So now let me present to you the the school-based feeding program operational guidelines for school year 2021-2022. So the school-based feeding program was identified in a basic education learning continuity plan as one of the DepEd's interventions for increasing the physical resilience of learners. So the implementation was modified from hot to distribution of nutritious food products and milk. This is because of the COVID-19 pandemic situation. So these are the NFP products and milk for fiscal year 2021 and 2022. So these food products are DUST, FNRI, DAR products food packs. So the scope and coverage. So the SBFP shall cover only public schools. Primary beneficiaries are incoming kindergarten learners, the grade 1 to 6 learners who were wasted and severely wasted based on the 2020-2021 SBFP report, except those who have moved to grade 7. So take note of the primary beneficiaries, severely wasted and wasted. So later, we will discuss the nutritional assessment, if makakandak ba tang nutritional assessment in this time of alert level system sa ato ang province. So next is the secondary beneficiary. So the in case there are excess funds, so the secondary beneficiaries are pardos, IP learners or from indigent families, enrollees in last mile schools with 100 learners and below. So next. So last implementation for fiscal year 2021. So we have 60 days for the regular component and 33 days for meal components. So I will also be discussing later the supplemental guidelines for the additional number of feeding days for a regular component and milk component that will be implemented this month of April, projected implementation this month of April to July. So definition of terms. So fresh milk. So fresh milk is a normal mammary secretion of one or more healthy dairy animals like cows, buffaloes or carabaos, or goats of local dairy farmers or farms that is free from colostrum without adding or extracting anything to or from it, has undergone heat processing, and intended for consumption as liquid milk or for further processing. Next commodity is the nutritious food products, a collective term for food products for rationing that replace hot meals. So food products under this category are e-Nutriban, Milky Bun from PCC, fortified or enriched breads and pastries, root crops, local fruits in season or fruit products, vegetables, vegetable products, cereals, grains, fortified blended foods, and Nutripacks. NutriPacks. These are ready-to-eat nutritious food products, prepared food formula that contain carbohydrates, vitamins, and minerals in a packet or a sachet. So example, so just like we have distributed for the previous implementation, champurrado and arroz caldo. Next, pasteurized milk. So pasteurized milk are milk that has undergone heat treatment to destroy pathogenic organisms. So refrigeration is needed at temperature 2 to 4 degrees Celsius and the shelf life in cold temperature is 3 to 5 days. Next is the sterilized milk. Fresh milk that is heated to a temperature to destroy all viable organisms. It can be stored in cool and dry room, and the shelf life is 6 to 12 months. So next term is undernutrition. So it is a person's state or health condition resulting from the consumption of inadequate quantity of food over an extended period of time. It is manifested by being wasted, underweight, or stunted. So this definition is used to describe the condition. Move on to the policy statement of our operational guidelines. So this DepEd 0310 series of 2021 provides the operational guidelines on the implementation of the school-based feeding program for school year 2021-2022, accommodating changes in the implementation of the program as affected by the COVID-19 pandemic, particularly in the target beneficiaries, type of feeding commodity, mode of delivery, number of days, requirements. So for regular component, we have 20 pesos for beneficiary per feeding day. So this 20 pesos shall be spent to food items and the operational expenses. So for the milk component, 20 pesos were also allocated per beneficiary per feeding day. So this allocation is for the food items and the operational expenses of this implementation. So these are the allowable expenses for our operational expenses. So we have an allocation of 2 pesos of operational expenses is downloaded will be downloaded to each school allowed under this program include the purchase of first basic eating or cooking utensils, second trays and crates, third packaging materials, fourth communication related expenses, fifth, reasonable transportation expenses from drop-off points to school to homes of learners. Sixth, common office supplies needed for the preparation of reports. So bond papers, ball pens. Next is payment of labor and wages of kitchen assistants and other professional service to partners from barangay. Example, so nutrition scholars, health workers, and among others. So later, this will be discussed by our budget utilization. So, what will be the requirements for these allowable expenses? Next is payment for health certificate of food handlers. And lastly, expenses related to compliance with the required health standards such as use of face masks, face shields, alcohols, gloves, and sanitizer. So, maghatag og mga requirements unsay mga proof in acquiring or in purchasing these items. So let's move forward. So availment. So the school's governance operations division of the school's division office shall prepare a work or financial plan for the Sbfp funds received for NFP, MILT, and PSF for approval by the school's division superintendent. For the implementation of the milk component, the school's division office shall prioritize the transfer of funds to PCC to cover the supply and delivery, as well as the services and assistance related to the production, processing, packaging, delivery, and storage of pasteurized milk and sterilized milk. The transfer shall be in accordance with the operating memorandum of agreement with the PCC and shall include a 3% service fee at the PCC. So this will be discussed later. Next, liquidation of funds. So the school head is primarily responsible for the liquidation of funds released to them by the school's division office. So take note, um, recipient schools. So those recipient school, please take note. The school head is primarily responsible for liquidation of funds released to them by the school's division office. Next, the SDO accounting shall ensure the timely submission of liquidation reports by the school heads. So Let's help each other. So I'm encouraging the schools to liquidate the funds that they receive, so that will be timely submit by the school heads to the SDO accounting office. Next, if there is remaining balance of school-based feeding program, continuing and current funds shall be used for the following priority purposes. A. Feed all learners present or enrolled in the school, prioritizing the lowest grade and other secondary beneficiaries. Extend the number of feeding days. And lastly, cover funding deficiencies in the NFP and milk requirements. And if there are still excess funds, they may be used for other SBFP related activities such as purchase of weighing scale, micro toys, additional level 1 PPEs, gloves, face masks, and other medical and dental supplies, and multivitamins, vitamin C for the beneficiaries or implementers purchase of office equipment below 15,000, such as laptop or printer or LCD, and replication of forms subject to the approval of the school's division superintendent. Superintendent. The above mentioned items may be procured at the SDO at the school level depending on the efficient and economical strategy of procuring entities. The school's division office and school heads cannot refuse SBFP funds unless upon written notice and proof is shown that other funds are available, such as canteen funds or funds from external stakeholders to support the full implementation of SBFP. The school head, however, is still expected to submit a program accomplishment report to the SDO even if no SBFP fund is utilized. So here, next discussion is about food commodities. NFP shall be provided to the beneficiaries. So, sa karon wala pa man tay kuan kanang direction nga hot meals. So, we are still going to distribute NFP. So, NFP shall be distributed to the learner beneficiaries. Second, the SDO focal person shall prepare a food supply map of the food commodities available in the region. So, I have already attended the NFP supply mapping last March 30, 2022, and we were able to map some suppliers in the region. So next, the SDO shall prioritize food technology products developed by SNRI such as Inotriban, fruit juices, among others, attached as Annex 1. So the school's division office or the procuring entity shall determine and prepare the complete list of food products. So we have already determined the food products that we are going to distribute or to provide to learner beneficiaries, and um, I have proposed to continue the school year 2020-21 to 2022 utilizing the 2020-21 funds. Continue ra gyapon such as the Milky Ban and the Nutripack and the milk. Next, the implementation of hot meals through central kitchen shall be applicable to areas with no cases of COVID-19 since wala man tay central kitchen, so dili na siya applicable sa toa. And all program managers, implementers of the schools division office and schools are expected to comply with DepEd Order number 13, series of 2017, or the policy and guidelines on healthy food and beverage choices. So we should comply on this DepEd order. So these are the specifications and quality standards of our nutritious food product. So ang karon nga food commodity ato ang choose to provide to our learner are the Milky Bun from PCC and the fortified blended food or NutriPacks. So here are the specification. Example, enhanced Nutribun and FNRI technology, 160 gram. And preparation of food, take home for rationing, no preparation needed. For NutriPacks, example, champurrado. So here are the nutritional content to be cooked at home. So procurement. Next discussion is about the procurement process. So procurement may be done in any of these approaches or a combination thereof as may be determined by the school's division office concerned. The SDO as the procuring entity, in which case the procurement of the food items are undertaken at the SDO level. A cluster of schools or schools district can elect a lead school as the procuring entity, in which case the procurement of food items are undertaken by the lead school, but deliveries can be made directly to the recipient schools. Decisions related to procurement shall be a consensus among the cluster of schools to promote transparency. So mo ni siya kato mga mag-cluster o our schools division office will be the procuring entity, so dili ni siya applicable ang second o third sa atoa nga procurement shall be in accordance with the provisions of RA 9184 and its IRR, which can either be through public bidding or through any of the alternative methods as may be applicable. DepEd, through the BLSS-SHD, shall seek assistance of and coordinate with the PCC in identifying, gaining access to, and dealing with the local dairy farms or cooperatives for the sourcing and procurement of fresh milk and sterilized milk, as well as provision of technical assistance and other services in ensuring the production, processing, packaging, delivery, and storage, as well as the safety and hygiene of the fresh milk that are to be given to the intended beneficiaries. It shall also be embodied and defined in a framework memorandum of agreement wherein the policy and general framework of cooperation and coordination between DepEd and PCC, as well as the operational details in the implementation of the Sbfp milk component shall be established. The MOA shall also be entered between the PCC and DepEd in the nature of agency to agency agreement under item negotiated procurement as contemplated under Republic Act 9184. Additionally, the procurement of freezers or refrigerators for the school or designated drop-off point shall be done at the school division level and shall observe the requirements of RA 9184 or the Government Procurement Reform Act and its implementing rules and regulations. So let's move forward to delivery, inspection, and acceptance. So let me remind the school recipient schools to listen kay aron makakuan jud ta unsay mga papers nga kinahanglan ay needed during the delivery, inspection, and acceptance. So the mode, schedule of drop-off points, and other specifications of delivery shall be identified by the SDO and the supplier. The inspection team shall do a random inspection of NFP. If deliveries are interrupted due to the imposition of lockdowns, the end user and the supplier must agree on a revised delivery schedule. Delivery of fresh milk shall be from 6 a.m. to 5 p.m. at least twice a week. No delivery should be made during holidays and weekdays. Taas pa ni. Cut lang na ko. Oh, um, we are sorry for the interruption. And now, to give us words to feed our soul and get energized for our orientation today, let us lend our ears to an inspirational message from our very supportive Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Edilberto L. Opinaria, CESO 5. A virtual applause, please.
Thank you very much, Milene. My due respect to our Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Rosemary Tulud Masisar, our Chief of the School Governance and Operations Division, Dr. Maricar T. Ablin, our Chief of the Curriculum Implementation Division, Dr. Iba Sairi Idon, all our personnel of the School Governance and Operations Division, to our nurses, doctors, and school heads, and other personnel from the USDS. I did not to mention H1. And to everyone, participants to this orientation of the school-based feeding program for school year 2021-2022, utilizing fiscal year 2022 funds. To all of you, good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. First of all, I am congratulating the School Governance and Operations Division, specifically our Health and Nutrition section, for coming up with this activity orientation of the school-based feeding program. It is really necessary that all of you will be oriented once again, even though the program is very familiar to each one of us, but we have to take a glance once in a while the prescribed procedures on how to go on with the feeding program. Okay, and also we have to make sure that everything we do should be in accordance to the existing policy and procedures prescribed by the Department of Education as regards to this feeding program, and as well as also the use of the funds should also be in accordance to the existing rules and as audited by the Commission on Audit. No, these are very important matters that requires our full attention because following the prescribed policies will make the program successful, and also it will definitely benefit the clients, the recipients of the program. So again, I am so sorry I have to get in while our first lecturer was doing her topic because while I am supposed to be with you in the opening program, I have also a very important client to face to the first hour of the morning. And to be honest with you, before I instructed to get in with the program, that's the time that the visitor, important visitor that came to my office has just left the office. No? And I'm so sorry I was not in the proper time to join with you. But nonetheless, what is important is at least we are here, gathered together. And again, I wish you luck and success for this day's activity. And again, in many occasions, I have the chance to talk to all of you. Let us remember once again that we are here because of the children that we serve. We exist in the Department of Education because of the children. Hence, the children should be our center of attention. The children is the focus of all the programs and projects that we have. Hence, we have to do this orientation to make sure that we'll be serving our children in the best way we can. I wish you luck, and once again, congratulations to the School Governance and Operations Division, to the facilitators, and to all of you. Thank you so much, and God bless to all of us.
Thank you so much, Sir Eddie, for that thoughtful words that surely fed our souls and got our day energized. So to move forward, let's go back to Miss Kim Ibol for the presentation of operational guidelines. Back to you, Ma'am Kim.
Thank you, Ma'am Maylin. Thank you, Sir Eddie, for your inspirational message. And now let's go back to our discussion on operational guidelines for school-based feeding program school year 2021-2022. So let's move on to the delivery, inspection, and acceptance. So upon delivery, the inspection team designated by the school head of the drop-off point or the school's division office inspection team, if the SDO is the drop-off point, shall inspect the goods and ensure that they are in good quality for consumption of the beneficiary. So we will utilize the drop-off points for the previous implementation, and we will also have the inspection team assigned there. So at least one member of the IT shall accomplish and sign the inspection and acceptance report. So take note, One member of the IT shall accomplish and sign the inspection and acceptance report form, Annex 5. So we will forward the IAR form Annex 5 to our school health section personnel who are also member of the inspection team. So this IAR is the proof that they have received the specified quantity and quality of milk. Next, the school property custodian or the school personnel designated by the school head for the purpose shall accept the inspected goods and sign the acceptance portion of the IAR. So take note, the school property custodian or school personnel designated by the school head for the purpose shall accept the sa IAR, one member shall sign the IAR Annex 5 as proof that they have received the specified quantity and quality of milk. The school property custodian shall accept the inspected goods and sign the acceptance portion of the IAR. Next, the school's division office shall collect all the Sbfp Form 4 bearing the specimen signature of the authorized consignees and IT to be attached to the PO. So, mag-collect na puntaan ni all SBFP Form 4. Recipient schools, please take note that the school's division office shall collect inspection team shall do a random inspection of milk packs for quantity and quality of milk. All milk packs to be delivered must be clean without leaks and not spoiled. Signs of spoiled milk packs are as follows. Bulging packs, yellowish in color, if the milk has no flavor, curdled with lumps, thick texture, slimy or chunky. The IT shall reject all milk packs that are unclean with leaks and spoiled, subject to the replacement by the supplier using their buffer stock or in the next delivery. So during the delivery of milk, one authorized consignee, one member of the IT should present to sign the delivery receipt or the DR and the IAR. The supplier shall provide the DR while the school shall provide the 3 original copies of the IAR. So exchange. As supplier shall provide the DR while the school's division office shall provide the 3 original copies of the IAR. Please take note, recipient schools, of the requirement during the delivery of milk. The original DR and the 2 original copies of the IAR shall be provided to the supplier, while a duplicate copy of the DR and the third copy of the IAR shall be provided to the drop-off point. So there will be a duplicate copy of the DR and one copy of IAR that will be retained in the drop-off point. Okay? So let's move on to the next slide. So the school's division office shall arrange the delivery of milk. It is the responsibility of the recipient schools to ensure that their milk supply is picked up during the exact time of delivery to the drop-off points by the supplier or within an hour at the most to preserve the quality and freshness of milk. Immediate distribution to the beneficiary shall likewise follow. So for those schools without physical classes, schemes to deliver the nutritious food products and milk packs to the beneficiaries in their homes. Parents can pick up the NFP and milk on designated days and time. So uh, the schools will post designated days and time when to pick up the food communities for the school-based feeding program. School personnel may opt to distribute the NFP and milk from the school to the homes of beneficiaries by contracting local utility vehicles in a community within reasonable cost. So the schools have option to distribute the food communities from schools to homes. So for those schools nisha without physical classes to the beneficiaries, so by contracting local utility vehicles, by hiring local utility vehicles. And last, school personnel may coordinate with partners such as the barangay, non-government organizations to distribute the milk packs from the school to the homes of beneficiaries. So these can be included to your best practices in implementing the school-based feeding program. Food feeding mechanics and food distribution. NFP to be distributed to homes of the learners shall be hygienically packed in environment friendly bags. The use of plastic bags is discouraged. Parents who will pick up the food products can also bring their own reusable bags. During the repacking of NFP, personnel must adhere to food safety standards and the required health standards such as hand washing before handling of food products, wearing of masks, gloves, and practice of physical distancing. So, the health protocols will be discussed later by our back to school champion, Miss Sheena May Oyog. Sheena May Oyog. Next, parents, guardians shall be advised to supervise the consumption to ensure that they receive the nutritional benefits. Milk may be consumed 2 times a day. Even if NFP and milk, it is important to communicate to the parents that the beneficiaries shall be the ones to consume the food and milk. So take note, it is important to communicate to the parents that beneficiaries shall be the ones to consume the food commodities. So this is the food safety standards. So in accordance with DepEd Order Number 52, Series of 2008, or compliance with DepEd policies on food safety in schools, shall be strictly followed by the SBFP implementers at all times and advocated to the parents of the beneficiaries. A. Availability of potable water and hand washing facilities. B. Well-maintained, clean, well-ventilated, and pest-free environment. C. Proper selection of food and ensuring freshness and good quality. D. Washing and cleaning items before storing. Storing of dry goods in dry storage area and of perishable foods in food preparation, serving, and storage. Ensuring non-food items are not in the kitchen area. If not, if cannot be avoided, it should be properly labeled and segregated from food items. Observing the expiry dates of food commodities. First in, first out policy shall be observed in withdrawing stocks from the storeroom. So I hope that these food standards shall be strictly followed by our SBFP implementers at all times. For the milk component relevant to provisions of DepEd Order 36 Series of 2019 shall be adhered to, contextualizing the provisions in the local conditions, such as the setting where the beneficiary is. Adverse effects of milk to some beneficiaries may be experienced, such as signs and symptoms of gastroenteritis, stomach discomfort, and lactose intolerance. So it is advised that beneficiary be referred by the parent or guardian to the local health unit or center for proper medical evaluation and management. So if there are if there are signs and symptoms of um, and towards reaction to meals, beneficiary shall be referred to our local health unit or the RHU for proper medical management. So the beneficiary may stop drinking milk until such time it is recommended by the health personnel to drink small amount or quantity. Close coordination with the health personnel is necessary during the conduct of milk. School personnel shall prepare a list of beneficiaries who do not have lactose intolerance with lactose intolerance but are willing to participate in the program. So you shall prepare a list of beneficiaries. So if separate ninyo lactose intolerant and lactose without lactose intolerance, and those who are not by allowed by their parents to participate using the SBFP Form 5. So you will use the SBFP Form 5 in preparing the list of these beneficiaries. So the list shall be emailed to sbfp.milk@deped.gov.ph before the milk feeding starts. So now let's move on to the nutritional assessment. So nutritional is nutritional assessment is temporarily suspended for the for those areas with COVID-19 transmission. So to identify the severely wasted learners among the grade 1 learners, parents of the learners shall be requested to submit the child's BMI for age status certified by the RHU, SDO health personnel, or private doctors upon enrollment. Each regional office may set the respective guidelines in selecting the severely wasted and wasted from grade 1 learners, such as the use of mid upper arm circumference or the MOAC. So um, based uh, based on our alert level system today in our province, um, it is I recommend that it is recommended that the school shall take nutritional assessment of our learner beneficiaries. So the SBFP focal person with assistance and close coordination with the barangay health workers, barangay nutrition scholars may conduct house visits to record the progress of the nutritional status of the target learner beneficiary only if the COVID-19 community quarantine status is no longer imposed in that area and social distancing is no longer required. Okay, next is the orientation of program implementers. So the schools division office through the technical working group shall conduct an orientation among the school heads and teachers using the operational guidance circulated through DepEd order subject to compliance to the minimum public health standards. The school shall inform the parents, PTCA, barangay officials, and other stakeholders about the program to ensure effectiveness, common understanding of the program, and the rules and responsibilities of implementers and stakeholders through letters, video conference, or small gathering. So, so along with our school-based feeding program is the deworming activity. Per DOH Department Memorandum Number 2020-260, deworming campaigns requiring mass campaigns are postponed. So this is the based on the 2020 campaign. So as of last week's report, the deworming activity garnered 100% of accomplishment based on our deworming focal person. Awards and incentive, granting of service credits to SBFP coordinators and school feeding coordinators all and or implementers. The services rendered by the SBFP implementers beyond the required 8 hours of service or during weekends and holidays are eligible for service credits in accordance with the provision of DepEd Order Number 53 Series of 2003. The school heads are responsible for requesting such incentives for approval by the school's division superintendent. So next is the engagement with partners. Support national health programs by data collection and implementation of nutrition services for the most vulnerable learners. Next, strengthen the capacity of LGUs and SDOs to address food insecurity and malnutrition by sustaining food or milk production, operation of central kitchens, adoption of technology, nutritional assessment, activities, and assistance in distribution and delivery. Next is conduct nutrition education for parents, nutritional assessment, monitoring, evaluation, and research. School heads shall strategize the implementation for school-based feeding program, especially during blended or modified learning systems set by the Basic Education Learning Continuity Plan. Organize the school-based feeding program core group who shall perform the functions enumerated below. Creation of SBFP core group and parent volunteers. The school head shall create an SBFP core group from among the school personnel and parents who shall be responsible for managing and implementing the program. The members of the core group shall be carefully selected. The members of the core group shall be submitted by the school head to the SDO for the record purposes. So the SBFP core group shall identify the target beneficiaries based on provided criteria for approval by the school head. Together with the school head, identify parents or volunteers who shall help in the whole duration of the program. Prepare the schedule of the distribution, supervise the daily distribution, delivery, or pickup. Educate and capacitate training on food safety and health safety measures to parents who shall help in the food preparation. And lastly, do the recording and reporting using SBFP forms and oversee the and submit to the schools division office the list of actual beneficiaries. Oversee the implementation of the feeding program, including the procurement, disbursement, and liquidation of funds, filling out of required SBFP forms, actual feeding and health and nutrition assessment, and complementary activities if practicable. Provide needed reports. Submit on time the necessary documentation, liquidation reports to the schools division office. So please submit on time all the necessary documentation and liquidation reports to the schools division office. So let's move on to the program monitoring and evaluation. Progress monitoring shall be conducted to assess the efficiency of the implementation of the program. All monitoring activities may be done using available appropriate technology, including online platforms and tools such as Google Sheet, video conferencing, Facebook Workplace, groups, or chat, among others. Real-time monitoring may be done only online through taking of photos, streaming live videos of the actual implementation of the program. So, taking of photos and live videos is very essential in program monitoring and evaluation. So, the school health section or the SDO technical working group shall do a random monitoring and evaluation to recipient schools. So we will be using the school-based feeding program form 11. So this checklist, I have already forwarded this SBFP form 11 to our district nurses. So school may prepare all the necessary documents, activities, and this will ensure that the program is being implemented in accordance with our operational guidelines. So all monitors are expected to provide appropriate correction of practices that are not in accordance to the guidelines. So based using the form 11, SBFP form 11, so the all monitors will provide appropriate correction and technical assistance of the practices that are not in accordance to our operational guidelines, and will recommend interventions or technical assistance to address problems or issues and concerns. So those needing resolution from higher authorities must be referred immediately from through appropriate channels for appropriate action. So after the monitoring evaluation by our school health section personnel, this will be forwarded to the schools division office and will be consolidated for proper action. So results on monitoring shall be integrated also to our program terminal report. So let's go to our school-based feeding program forms. So these SBFP forms may be accessed at http://bit.ly/SBFP forms fiscal year 2021. So here are the SBFP forms. SBFP Form 1, Master List of Beneficiaries. Form 2, SBFP Summary and Start and End of Feeding. Form 3, Record of the Daily Feeding. Record 4, list of authorized consignees and school inspection team for milk delivery. So this will contain the signature specimen and number or contact numbers of the authorized consignees and school inspection team. Next is the Form 5, list of beneficiaries with or without milk intolerance. So this will be the form for those beneficiaries with or without milk intolerance. Form 6, record of deliveries. Form 7, A, B, and C, program terminal report, central office level, regional office level, and the division office level. Parents' consent for milk, that is the Form 8, Form 9, and Form 10 and Form 11. So, terminal report. All school heads shall submit a terminal report using Sbfp Form 7A. So, nakasubmit na ba ang mga school heads of terminal report to their to our nurses? Say napay wala dira. Nakasubmit na kay nakabuhat na og terminal report ang ato ang STO focal person. Next, the said report shall be submitted to the school's division office for consolidation using SBFP Form B, SBFP 7 Form SBFP Form 7B, then to the regional office for consolidation using SBFP Form 7C. So, the regional offices shall submit the terminal report 2 months after the feeding and email it at sbfpmilk@deped.gov.ph. So, I would like to thank all the school recipient schools for submitting their program terminal report to our school nurses, and we have already submitted our division level program terminal report to the regional office. Thank you so much. Now, for the special provision of our operational guidelines, to maximize the use of funds in a school year to catch up on missed feedings due to natural or man-made calamities or pandemics, schools may propose to conduct double feeding for approval by the regional director in accordance with an auditor and accountant. Double feeding may also be conducted if the estimated number of feeding days will exceed the number of school days subject to the approval of the regional director prior to the implementation to complete the target feeding days. So, penalty clause. So, any DepEd personnel who violate any provision of this order shall be dealt with administratively pursuant to DepEd Order Number 49, Series of 2006, or the revised rules of procedure of the Department of Education of Administrative Cases. The regional office and schools division office shall likewise enforce administrative or disciplinary actions on school heads, feeding coordinators, or any SBFP implementers proven to have violated the DepEd policy, especially on fund management. Okay, so let me just clarify the nutritional assessment activity. So we will give an update regarding the nutritional assessment activity. We will have to consult first the IATF and the RRM section of our division office together with our local government unit. We will post update or advisory regarding the matter. Now let's move on to the school-based feeding program school year 2021-2022 supplemental guidelines on DepEd order number 31 series of 2022. So this is the basis of our implementation for this month. So DepEd order number 010 series of 2022 or the supplemental guidelines on the implementation of the school-based feeding program using fiscal year 2022 funds. So this is to ensure that its target beneficiaries shall still be covered despite the huge decrease in the budget allocation from 6 billion pesos to 2.3 billion pesos. So there is a huge decrease on our allocation. So for school year 2021, 2022 using fiscal year 2022 funds, these supplemental guidelines on the specific provisions of DO 31 series of 2021 shall be followed. So the scope and coverage. So the same beneficiaries in school year 2021-2022 using fiscal year 2021 funds. So take note, same beneficiaries, all kinder learners and severely wasted and wasted in grades 1 to 6 learners. School heads, SBFP coordinators, please take note, all learners and severely wasted and wasted in grades 1 to 6 learners. So next is the duration. So 16 days for milk component, 30 days for regular component. So this will be in addition to the previous implementation, 30 days for milk plus 16 days, 60 days for regular component plus 30 days. Total of a total of 90 days for our regular component and 49 days for our milk component. So, same ato ang NFP products and milk for fiscal year 2022. These are all the USTF NRI certified. So, here are the revised, please take note, revised specification and quality standards for our nutritious food products. So, example, e-Nutriband. So this should be FNRI technology adapter, 160 grams, energy 374, protein 13 to 18, fat 7 to 9, vitamin A 182, iron, calcium 198, 360 milligram, sodium 226, 440, potassium, zinc, and preparation of food for take-home or rationing. No preparation needed. So, nutritional assessment. So, here is the for the nutritional assessment activity. So, nutritional assessment may be conducted in May to June 2022 to establish the nutritional status of the beneficiaries at the end of the feeding period, subject to the issuance of a memorandum depending on the community quarantine status by then. So, as I have said earlier, please stay posted for our update regarding the nutritional assessment status activity, for we will be still consulting with with our IATF and DRRM of our office. So all other provisions in the existing guidelines on DepEd Order 31 series of 2021, which was discussed earlier today, the operational guidelines on the implementation of school-based feeding program shall remain in force unless sooner repealed, amended, or rescinded. So that's all for our school-based feeding program operational guidelines. I hope that you paid attention on our discussion, for this is very essential in our implementation. And for questions, please post your question on our chat box. Please post your raise your questions to your chat box, or message it to your school health section personnel assigned in your schools. Thank you so much and good morning.
Thank you so much, Ms. Kim, for enlightening us about the operational guidelines. To add some additional inputs on the process flow of SBFP implementation, may we call in S- may we call in our SBFP focal alternate, Mr. Dryden Cle A. Samaniego. A virtual applause, please. Kaysa palungon sa cameraman.
Okay, once again, good morning, everyone. So, at this moment, I will be discussing to you the program implementation process flow. I understand that you are already familiar with the flow of the implementation of our school-based feeding program. As what our school division superintendent has told us a while ago, it is very important to always be reminded to ensure the success of the implementation of the program. Okay, so let's begin. Okay. SBFP guidelines for 2021-22, no, food accommodations regulation component. So the process flow starts with the mapping for supply of commodities, no, available in the region as referenced in the localized cycle menu. A 7 or 5 day cycle menu may be prepared depending on the implementation and the distribution of arrangement. Sa ato diri sa atong implementation, we have a 5-day cycle menu. Mao na itong gi-adapt. Cycle menu can be school clusters, school district, municipality, school division-wide. Composed of but not limited to a combination of the following. Pwede siya hot meals, enhanced Nutriban or Milky Ban, locally available na mga seasonal fruits or products, root crops, veggies, cereals, greens, 45 blended foods, 45 blended foods or kato-ato ang Nutri-Food Pack. Balik pa gud. Okay. So, before the program implementation, there is what we call a planning phase, no? The start ni siya dito sa central office. We're in planning and targeting for fiscal year 2021, no? Wherein budget was allocated and number of beneficiaries were targeted, no? So dito ni siya na mahitabo sa central office, okay? So drafting and approval of Sbfp guidelines for NFPA and milk. So dito gyapon ni ang guidelines, no? So all divisions, no, nagrely gid ta sa isa ra ka guidelines, no, from the central office. request for approval of sub-aro for release. So dito na siya. And then down to the regional office. Regional office conducted orientation and monitoring of funds, no? Utilization. Ang mga division focal person, ang ila ang mga attendees aning orientation, conduct orientation and reference with partners on supply map of NFP with SDO. So sila mo ay naki-coordinate sa ato ang mga partners like PCC and NDA and others, no? Okay, then sa division no, diri pud ta nagmap finalize nutritious food products with locality, no, katong kung naay division na adapt og katong mga root crops, mga fruits. So diri ang mapping, no, supply mapping, kani siya ang division mangita sila og mga possible suppliers, no, para sa mga commodities sa ato ang feeding, no. Sa ato ang supply mapping nga gihimo nato karon ang og mga supplier para sa atong nutritious food pack. Kay ang ato ang milk, mag-rely raman ta sa atong partner which is the Philippine Carabao Center. Sila naman no, maghatag og mga kanang possible suppliers, no. Request NCA to the regional DBM. SDOs make final cycle menu. So diri pod ang sa planning phase sa division, diri nato gi-craft ang ato ang cycle menu kung unsa ato ihatag sa mga bata. And then after ma-finalize na to, no, ang na-identify na ang number of beneficiaries, na award na ang mga ang kinsay supplier, no, and then nanatay cycle menu. So dito na din ang implementation phase. Pag ready na ang mga documents dito sa division, approved na tanan, ready na for delivery, implementation na dayon. Finalize food supply map, no, dito sa region ng SDO. So ma-finalize na kinsa mga supplier, cycle menu planning, preparation, notified breads, fruit crops, vegetables. Cycle menus must comply with nutritional standards set in the guidelines. So dili lang ni basta-basta ato ang mga commodities, no, sa ato ang feeding, no, nga basta-basta lang ta mangita og kanang supplier nga muhatag sa ato og kanang og ani nga mga product. So kinahanglan kaning mga supplier kaning product nga ato ang ihatag sa atong mga bata ma-meet niya ang nutritional standard, no, ang nakaset sa guidelines, no. Regional office and SDOs work together to finalize the supply map, cycle menu, RFQ including nutritional evaluation. And then determine part of requirements to be downloaded to school or to be procured by the SDO. So there is ato ang implementation, ang kuan man atong gi-adapt, no, division procurement. So wala tay i-download nga funds sa school kay diri naman ang procurement sa division. Okay? Then procurement requirements, no, diri sa division po, diri na ni gi-prepare ang atong PPMP, APP, ATP or purchase request, back resolution, back related documents, supply map, draft of points, list of schools, no. So mao ni ang mga gina-prepare sa ato during sa implementation, no, or pre-implementation sa division, no. Unlike sa ato ang way back pre-pandemic nga ang katong method nato ang sa atong feeding, no, nga ang school mo mag-prepare ani nga mga documents para sa hot meals. Karon diri na ni sa division, no, ang school division focal person siya may ga-prepare ani nga mga documents, no. And then procurement activity output as follows: RTA, notice of awards, notice to proceed, contract. So mao na ni siya after sa bidding, no. After sa bidding na award na ang supplier sa ato ang mga product. So naa dayon ning mga RTA, NOAA, NTP contract. So ang process ani niya, no, dili ingon ana kadali lang, no, ang process sa pag-procure nato ani nga mga product, no, kay as we all know, kinahanglan gid ta mo follow gid sa kanang sa sakto nga process sa bidding kay para dili ta magka problema sa ato ang COA, no? And then orientation of school heads, back members, finance and PTA. So after ana magkandak og orientation, no, mao ni siya kani atong gibuhat, no, para sa implementation na dito sa school. Coordination, collaboration with LGU, barangays, BHW, BNS on delivery scheme, preparation, repacking, distribution of food packs. So usually dito ni sa school, no, dito na ni nga mga coordination, linkages with our partner stakeholders, no, para ma-ensure nato nga kanang smooth ang ato ang pag-implement o pag-deliver sa ato ang product sa ato ang mga bata. SDO schools, random inspection of food products and drop-off points. So mao na nga natay inspection team, no, na ay nakadesignate nga mo inspect sa mga products nga deliver to ensure nga safe ang food products nga atong ihatag sa mga bata. And then the last part is the distribution to houses of beneficiaries. So no, after siya ma-deliver dito sa school or sa inyo ang designated drop-off points, no, dito kwaon sa mga schools dayon ready for distribution na sa mga bata. Kani siya implementation phase sa school based, so same ra ni siya, no, mag-differ lang ni siya kay kani siya nga scheme na may uban nga adapt ani pero dili man nimo atong i-adapt ang ubang scheme, no, on-site on feeding nila sa school. Pero di na siya possible kay tungod kay wala pa man tay face to face. So dito ta sa distribution good by household. Okay? Then after sa implementation, we go to the post implementation. So there is a post implementation after na complete nato ang number of feeding days nga required, no, para sa ato ang mga learners, no. So diri na din ta sa post implementation, submission of liquidation report, return to the balance FNA. So kani siya ang liquidation will be done here at the division since ang procurement there is a division, so ang division po mo liquidate. Preparation and submission of terminal report using the Sbfp form. So after sa feeding, no, gina-require day ang mga school or i-submit na nila ang ilang terminal report and inspection and acceptance receipt, no, pinaka-importante kay usually diri ta nagka problema in the past implementation, no, kay malimtan, no. So just to remind our schools, no, na every time na mag-deliver atong supplier sa mga gid ani inspection and acceptance receipt para madali dai nato in when the division ask for this document for kay isa ni siya sa requirements for liquidation, readily available ni siya nga mga documents. Okay? So cycle menu quality assurance, no. So mao ni ang ginahimo, no, para ma-assure gyud nato nga safe and kanang nutritious ang food products nga atong gihatag sa mga bata. Mapping of supplier available in the locality. So mao to, no, during sa implementation, no, nagmapping ang ato ang division for possible suppliers, no, sa ato ang food products, no. Invite partners such as Food Nutrition Research Institute, Department of Agriculture, DSWD, NDE, PCC, NIA. So sa ato ang atong partner is the FNRI and the PCC, no. For the milk and milky ban, ang ato ang partner is the PCC, while for the nutritious food pack, FNRI, no. Conference among DepEd, Sbfp, focal persons and partners. So mao ni, no, natay orientation nga ginahimo para ma-aware, no, familiar o masabtan sa mga schools kung unsaon pag-implement o giunsa ang process para ma-implement ning program, no. And then cycle menu prepared by the division focal. So ato ang division focal person siya may prepare sa ato ang menu, which is the milk, milky bun, and the nutritious food pack. Okay? Cycle menus reviewed by regional nutritionist dietitian to ensure nutritional value. So kani yang gi-prepare nga yang gi-prepare nga cycle menu, gina-review pa ni siya sa region, no. So dili ni nga kami ray gabuot di ari, no. So subject pa ni siya mag-prepare mi og kanang cycle menu, then subject for approval sa ato ang regional dietitian and nutritionist. Okay? Finalize and approval of cycle menu and supply map. So dito na dahil i-approve na dayon. Okay? Food packaging to distribution, no? Okay, so collaborate, coordinate with partners, no? Kato atong mga FNRI, atong PCC nag-collaborate ta. Distribution from drop-off points to the homes, no? So nag-identify ta og mga drop-off points, no? Kung asa nato i-drop ang mga food products, no? Ang mga commodities. Parents can pick up the nutritious food packs. So there is since kay home deliveries atong gihimo, no. So packaging will be in the school or drop off, pero sa atoa nakapack naman daan ang individually ang ato ang food product, no. Especially ato ang katong milky bun nato nakapack na siya, and then kuan na lang dito na lang sa school, bahin-bahino na lang din siya, no. Bahin-bahino na lang din siya sa schools. Pag abot sa schools, bahin-bahino na lang po din siya by grades, no, para sa distribution. Documents the receipt of food items to parents for all deliveries made. So mao na importante, no, nga i-document ginato nga na-receive nila ang ato ang food products, no, para natay evidence kung naay mag-monitor natay makita nga na proof na na-receive gid nila ang mga food products nga sa ato ang Sbfp. Distribution from drop-off to homes of the beneficiaries. Okay, so I guess maura to ang process flow, no. Just to gi-remind lang mo, I know na kanang familiar na mo, wala may nabag-o. Same ra gyapon atong process flow karon based sa process flow last school year. Okay, so once again, good morning and thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Samaniego. We are now fully and well guided. At this juncture, to furnish your knowledge regarding financial management, our SDO accountant, Mr. Tor Aurelio M. Ardon, CPA, is here to guide us. May we call in Mr. Tor Ardon? Madungog ko, Sam.
Hello, good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, Miss Kim. May we call in Miss Kim in lieu to Mr. Tor Aurelio Ardon?
Hello, good morning, ma'am. On behalf of our Division Accountant 3, Mr. Tor Aurelio Ardon, I will present to you the financial management on school-based feeding program for school year 2021-2022. Klaro lang kuan, ma'am, presentation.
Yes, Ma'am Kim.
Okay. So, Once again, good morning to all the participants of this virtual orientation. So, now let's talk about financial management and school-based feeding program. So, firsthand, we have let's talk about the documentary requirements for liquidation of funds. So, for transportation and delivery, we have four documentary requirements. First, we have approved contract or payroll. Number two, purchase request. Three, inspection and acceptance report. Four, delivery receipt. And for miscellaneous expense for our ICE cost, we have three documentary requirements. So number one, photocopy of check. Number two, invoices, receipts, and other documents evidencing disbursement. Number three, inspection and acceptance report. So those are the documentary requirements for liquidation of funds. So next, we have documentary requirements for division paid. So nga na may division paid. Since the implementation of our feeding program is between was between November 2021 to January 2022. So sa 2021 kinahanglan man ta mag-close sa atong book. So we advise the school heads nga i-pay back ang ilahang mga remaining funds kay wala pa man human ang feeding program, so di pa sila pwede magbayad. So mo to nag-payback sila dayon nag division paid na sila karong kuan kina-end naman. So mo ni siya ang documentary requirements. Sorry. So same ra siya sa katong liquidation of funds, pero na siya additional nga requirement kaning photocopy of payback receipt. So for transportation and delivery and for miscellaneous expense ICE cost. So number na additional nga photocopy of payback receipt. Dayon, since daghan naman ang nagpabayad kay para sa ilahang payment sa ilahang katong mga giharing nga mga tung sa mga drivers nagto mag-deliver for the delivery of foods. So natay mga we encounter sila mga kaning reasons kanang na pending ang disbursement nila kay kuan. Number one, we have lacking documentary requirements. So naiuban nga kailangan og kaning contract of service, then payroll, then napayuban mga IAR. So mapending gid ang disbursement ana. Then number two, lacking signatures. So ilang mga disbursement nga gipass diri kay walay signature aside sa principal or sa bookkeeper. So mo pa na siya reason. And number three, kasigarang mga reason nga mapending ng disbursement kay wala sila photocopy sa ilang payback receipt. So and more to mga kuan mga reasons for pending disbursement. Okay, so that's all for my presentation, and thank you for listening and have a great day ahead.
Thank you, Ma'am Kim. Now our finances will be well managed. Again, reminding everyone that we encourage everybody to gather all your queries and address it to the speakers, especially regarding liquidation and forms to be submitted. To move forward, for our budget and allocation, may we call in our Korean-looking budget officer of the Division of Lanao del Norte, Miss Emily Padayhag. Ma'am M.
Good morning. Wala si Ma'am Inday.
Si Ma'am Hanili, may mo present?
Yes, Ma'am.
May we call in Ma'am Hanili Limot for our budget and allocation. Good morning, Ma'am.
Hello, good morning, ma'am. Madunggan ko?
Yes, Ma'am. Loud and clear.
Nakita mo screen?
Yes, again, Ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. So, in behalf of our budget officer, I am Hanili to discuss to you about the budget allocation of the feeding program. So, we received the sub-arrow for the transfer of funds to cover the funding requirements for the implementation of the school-based feeding program for the school year 2022. So, the sub-arrow number is sub-arrow number -10-22-0935, which has an amount of 25,171,099 pesos. So the budget breakdown for this is the fresh milk, which has a total cost of 8,500,160 pesos. Then the service charge, which is the 255,004 pesos and 80 centavos. And also the budget for the nutritious food products, which is the Milky Band, has a total cost of 7,172,010 pesos. For the Nutri-Packs also, they have the same amount for the Milky Band, which is the total cost of 7,172,010 pesos. And lastly, the Program Support Fund, which is amounted to 2,071,914 pesos and 20 centavos, which is the total amount sa sub-arrow nga 25,171,099 pesos. So, the breakdown for the Program Support Fund, mo ni siya ang cover. First is the ICE cost and the transportation cost, which will be downloaded to sa schools. And also, ang katong Program Support Fund, dito pod kuhaon ang kanang training and orientation and also the monitoring for the feeding program. Then, the mode of procurement sa feeding is sa milk component. Ang iyang mode procurement is the agency-to-agency procurement. And then, the nutritious food products, ikuan po siya as public bidding kay kuan man siya, it cost million. And lastly, kaning ICE cost and transportation cost, which will be downloaded sa mga schools. Para to ang kuan sa budget. Thank you. Hello, ma'am.
Hi, Ma'am. Thank you for that comprehensive discussion, Ma'am Hanili. So now we are open for room. Oh, we are open for questions, I mean. This is the best time to brought up your queries. So kindly comment down on our YouTube your question so that we will read it. Ma'am, wala question.
Confused
Um, call, this question will be addressed to the accounting office. May we call in again Ma'am Kim Gorecho? May we call in Ma'am Kim Gorecho? The question goes, who will prepare the IAR? This question came from Ma'am Christine Cabuenas of Sapa District. Is Ma'am Kim around? Ma'am Kim? While waiting for Miss Kim to respond for that question, we still encourage everybody to ask questions, especially regarding liquidation, to for a smoother implementation of Sbfp. Let us all clarify our hang-ups and our queries today.
Hello? Hello? Unsa na ito question, ma'am?
Ma'am Kim,
Yes,
the,
ma'am.
the question goes from Ma'am Christine Cabuenas. The question is, who will prepare the IAR?
Online ka balik, may question.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Ang sa IAR kay ang schools. Lahi pa tong sa IAR nga katong sa drop of points kay kuan man kaning sa tong transportation and delivery. So pag transport gikan sa drop of points padung sa school, so kinahanglan na siya IAR.
So, ma'am, clarification, there are two kinds of IAR, from the school and from the drop-off.
Kasi katong sa schools, lahi man tong sa drop of points pod. Katong man lang IAR nagikan dito sa supplier. So ang supplier pag mag-deliver na sila, so kinahanglan na po siya IAR. Pero katong sa schools, katong magkuha gikan sa drop of points padulong sa schools, dapat na po siya IAR ma'am.
Okay, Ma'am Kim. Ma'am Kim, thank you for that. So,
Thank you, ma'am.
please stand by for further questions, Ma'am Kim.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Are there any questions aside from that? If you have typed your questions or queries earlier, can you please retype it kay natabunan na siya. Thank you. Taas na kay iba grade. To our co-nurses, are there any questions or clarifications? Please turn on your mic if ever there are questions. Okay, if there is none, let's all replenish our glucose that has been lost during this morning session. Let us indulge ourselves with a healthy meal for lunch. Bon appetit, keep safe, and please be back by 1 p.m. 감사합니다.
Amo ko ning gi-charge.
Imuhang anak, ginoo ko.
Man.
Sige, chat. Imuha din ang Facebook.
Oh,
Ang tinanong ko nga, ako na ikapadulungi. Kasi sir, agoy. Ang bata tuta. Ang ikapadulungi.
yun na.
Sa ko anak, nag-klase. Ginoo ko. Aha daw ko padulong. Dahil mong daddy ni padulong. Hello?
Samok ng kalaking penguin eh.
Ha?
Samok ng kalaking penguin.
Ano naman?
Basa ta.
Kasi basta
Kami day.
Dito lang pipot.
Ambo. Ano ko naman. Lahi.
Mandi, lahi pa sila?
Lahi sila. Lahi. Ako, lahi.
Oh.
Silahan. Man may uban.
Dili, dahil mo ko yun.
Lagi eh.
Dito sila po.
Bukan, kumpa. Alcohol.
Pinagod dito ang usara mo kuan.
Lahi, sa lugar. Lahi ang kurba ay, lahi ang kurba, lahi ang kuhan.
Ito mo padulong tanan.
Dili eh. Ako ano yung mga pindulinan. Pati eh. Kasi makadupaan na aning.
Ay, Jude, ko bertrabaho.
Okay, pray.
God bless us for them.
May problema kay.
Gani, nag-PM ka, nagbalon ra ba ko?
Hindi ko kay ana man. Sige nga, patuan.
Ibot ora, panalo ko.
Patuan daw ni dito ni. Ay, alam sa nakat na.
Ayo, to.
Kanila ikan na. Patuan daw sa imuhan. Apistin, spin eh. Di, validate naman na sa una. Di validate.
The face to face na sila?
Good afternoon, dearest participants. You are currently attending the last leg of our Sbfp orientation. We are hopeful that you had a sumptuous lunch and a quick chit-chat with your workmates. We are now energized to face our afternoon session, and let us all be all ears for our milk implementation to be delivered to us by Miss Fe Imelda Academia, the Regional CBED Coordinator of the Philippine Carabao Center. Let us welcome Miss Fe with a virtual applause.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Ma'am Fe.
Klaro ba? Klaro ra ako ang kuan tingog.
Yes, Ma'am Fe. Loud and clear.
Okay, no? So, maayong adlaw sa tanan. So, I am Fe, the Regional Milk Feeding Focal of Region 9. So, though Lanao del Norte is under Region 10, but since we are the one who are catering the milk feeding program of Lanao del Norte, so may I have the pleasure to share with you the orientation about the milk. So, magsa-share screen po ako. Pwede na po ba?
Yes, ma'am. Please proceed.
So, I will be presenting a video or an OBS. Then later, if you have some questions or query, after na lang po sa presentation. Share screen po. Kani? Asa po? Window? Kani, desktop. No. For a while lang ha.
Yes, ma'am. Please take your time.
Stop sharing. Okay. Open share tray. Asa? Nasa desktop. I-down ako. I-open. Sige. Kani. Hold on, ano sa may kami share. Hindi naman, open share tray na. Excuse me po, makikita na po ba?
Share screen po. Wala pa po.
Walang makikita.
Naanad mangod mi sa Zoom.
Sige lang, ma'am. Take your time.
Close share tray. Sige daw. Desktop naman na siya. Screen 1. Tingnan ko sa page. Dapat tingnan mo. Excuse me, makita na po ba yung screen ko?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I will proceed.
Yes, ma'am. You can proceed.
Pero wala siya nahimong dust.
Pag kinahanglan pa rin nato i-bleach.
Excuse me, Ma'am Fe. Nani siya audio?
Yes.
Nani siya audio, Ma'am Fe?
Naa.
Dili mo madungog ang audio, Ma'am Fe.
Gusto siya golden plan. For a while ha, kasi naka-open. Done po, sige. Ano dapat kami? Ano siya kami? Ano? Ano ito kanina? Wala daw. Wala ito kanina na masala ko share with you. Wala. Wala ko kaano. Wala ka. Lamay pa di alis mo. Stop. Show device settings.
Excuse me, Ma'am.
Yes.
Difficulty, Ma'am. Pwede ninyo isend inyong file kang Miss Kim Ibol, Ma'am. Para siya ang mag-share file, Ma'am.
Pwede na ko masend sa email. Okay?
Sige, Ma'am. Then, aside from this presentation, Ma'am, napakay other presentation?
Wala na. Kanilang.
Okay, Ma'am.
Okay.
Ma'am, while waiting, Ma'am, sa pag-send, pwede makaproceed sa next na presenter? Then,
Okay. So, dili mo ka na siya dugay kaayo.
Dili, Ma'am. Short ka po niya, ha, Ma'am.
Okay, kaya naman ko meeting 2 p.m.
Layo ra kayong 2 p.m., Ma'am. Okay, Ma'am.
Okay.
Please send kang Ma'am Kim ang file, Ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ma'am. So while waiting for the file to be sent to us, so let's now proceed to our next presenter. Amidst of pandemic, the health, the nutritional status of the holistic well-being of our learners are still our topmost priority. That is why Sbfp is still being implemented with proper safety protocols to be emphasized to us by our very own back to school champ, Miss Claire Shinamay Uyog. Please give her a round of applause. Back to school champ. So, Bira, okay na?
Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm tasked to discuss about the safety protocols amidst the pandemic. So, okay, safety protocols aim to reduce vulnerability of all concerned, reduce transmission of COVID-19, and ensure delivery of milk and food packs to our beneficiaries. So this is how our product reaches to our beneficiaries. So of course, first is production or our supplier. And our supplier will deliver the products to our designated drop-off points. As announced kanina, same na gihapon ang atong drop-off points as before. So if ever nakalimot, please ask your nurses. And sa drop-off points, dito paon sa mga each school, sa mga feeding coordinators ang atong goods, then balik sa atong mga respective schools. So we have two ways of delivering our goods to our beneficiary. It's either ang parents mukuha sa school mismo or ang kita, mga taga-school, ang hatod diretso sa mga balay sa atong beneficiaries. So, muna siya ang ato ang safety protocol i-follow. So, sa drop-off area, so we are encouraged or the strict compliance of the DepEd Order number 14 series of 2020 guidelines on the required health standards in basic education offices and schools based on the DOHAO number 2020-0015 guidelines on risk-based public health standards for COVID-19 mitigation. It includes upon entry to the school or pickup or drop-off points, premises, mandatory temperature check, foot bath, health check or health declaration, and hygiene, hand hygiene with 70% isopropyl ethyl alcohol. Okay, next, all schools are mandated to have a school health declaration form. So, tanan naman siguro no, kaila sa atong health declaration form kay mostly naman sa mga schools na anay face-to-face. So, kato siya, katong ihatag sa mga bata everyday, mo to ang health declaration form. So, every time na yung mga teachers mo to sa mga drop-off area, mamukuha sa ato ang goods or ato mga notary packs, please let them sign the health declaration form para natay basis. So, ang health declaration form, narito ang mga signs and symptoms such as cough, cold, fever, headache, diarrhea, sore throat, loss of taste, and loss of smell. So if ever na mga inana as dili nato pa sudlon sa school lang ato ang mga teacher. If ever pud gani ang teacher nga mukuha ani sa drop-off points kabalon na daan nga naay mga inani na symptoms, ato lang sang designate sa uban nga teacher ang pagkuha sa ato ang Nutripacks and milk sa mga designated drop-off points. All delivery staffs, teachers, and non-teaching consignees, inspectors, and volunteers who are scheduled to deliver or pick up the food or the milk and shall wear face masks at all times. No, di nato kalimutan ang face mask at all times within nato sa ato ang school premises. Physical distancing at least 2 meters shall be enforced at all times to ensure reduction of possible transmission of infection. And proper scheduling shall be observed by all drop-off point coordinators to prevent crowding at the distribution area. It is advised that only five persons are allowed per pick-up point or area for every 10 minutes. All delivery staff, teachers, and non-teaching consignees, inspectors, and volunteers are required to wash hands with soap and disinfect hands using 70% isopropyl ethyl alcohol before and after touching the milk and the food packs. So, this time, kaya nahatid naman, nakuha na natin sa drop-off points, kani ang distribution to our beneficiaries. Nakabalik na sa school, sa school premises ang atong mga food packs and milk. So we have two options. It's either pick up by the parents. So still strict enforcement of the DepEd Order 14 series of 2020, which includes the mandatory temperature check of health check and declaration and hand hygiene with 70% isopropyl alcohol upon entry to the school premises. So, like sa atong ginabuhat sa atong mga learners during the face-to-face, ato po na ipabuhat sa atong mga parents nga mukuha sa mga atong food packs and sa milk products. All parents or guardians or volunteers and teachers who are authorized and scheduled to pick up the milk and the food packs shall wear face masks at all times while at the school premises. Proper scheduling shall be observed by all schools and Sbfp coordinators to prevent crowding of the distribution areas. It is advised that only 5 parents or persons are allowed per pick-up or drop-off area every 10 minutes. Upon distribution to parents, the Sbfp feeding coordinator or volunteer shall disinfect their hands with 70% isopropyl ethyl alcohol solution before handling the packs, the milk and the food packs over to our beneficiaries. So, kung dili makadto ang parents sa school, pwede po nato siya i-deliver sa house sa atong mga beneficiaries. We should still observe the protocol for the delivery of milk and food packs to our households. All personnel authorized to deliver or distribute milk and food packs shall wear appropriate personal protective equipment such as the face mask, face shield, and disposable gloves. Disinfect hands using 70% isopropyl alcohol before and after handling the food packs. On every transfer of household, mag-alcohol gud ka, no, para ma-prevent na to ang transmission sa atong virus. So we should inform our parents ani nga guidelines on how to store their food packs and milk at home. So after receiving the milk and the food packs, the parent or guardian shall disinfect his or her hands using 70% alcohol. It is strongly advised that milk and food will be placed in a cold storage and to keep it fresh until consumed. For no refrigerators at home, parents or guardians are encouraged to store milk pouches in insulated containers such as ice coolers or styro chests with ice packs. Store wrapped bread in a cool, dry place shelves. Be sure to ensure fresh fruit and vegetables in a refrigerator or cooler. So, kani nga guidelines is applicable for those learners or beneficiaries nga on still naka modular. But for those kanang beneficiaries nga apil na sa ato ang face to face, every day nato ihatag sa pareha bitaw sa una katong magluto pa ta, every day ang feeding. So same ang mahitabo sa karon sa katong naka face to face nga mga bata, mga ma'am and sir. Every day nato ihatag sa ato ang mga bata sa advisor, dili ang bata ang mukuha sa katong sa drop-off area. Para ma-minimize ato ang kanang crowding, ang advisor na lang mukuha dito sa kumbaga sa ato ang kanti sa HA or sa office kung asa naka store ang ato ang mga milk o katong nutriban. So ang advisor mo kuha dayon, ang advisor ni dayon mo distribute sa ato ang mga learners sa ilahang mga classroom. So again, ang pag-distribute, it's either sa katong nag face-to-face, ihatag every day. Sa katong naka-modular lang, ihatag nato siya kung pila ka delivery anang adlaw. Kung like for example, Monday ang delivery, good for 3 days, ihatag nato siya good for 3 days. Ato lang i-remind ang atong mga parents on how to properly store the nutriban and the milk para ma-prevent nga ma-spoil siya, madaot bitaw. So I guess maura man to about sa safety protocols. I know aware na tatanan on how to properly execute ang atong protocols. Kaya naman tayo mga safety seals sa atong mga respective schools. So we are expecting everyone na mo-follow gihapon sa atong protocol. So that's it. Thank you and be safe.
Thank you, Back to School Champ Shai, for for reminding us the safety protocols to be followed during the distribution and implementation of our Sbfp. Um, I think the presentation of Mamfe is now ready. So let's go back to the milk implementation to be presented by Mamfe Academia of the Philippine Carabao Center.
Milk implementation and proper milk handling. Before I proceed, I will stress out why this orientation is of importance. Milk and milk products had made significant contribution to our nutrition. Milk provides essential nutrients and is an important source of dietary energy, high quality proteins and fats. However, milk can be a vehicle for the transmission of pathogens and will cause disorder if not properly handled. That's why it is indispensable to provide this information to the concerned individual on proper milk handling from drop-off to individual schools and to the learners. Now, we will proceed to the milk feeding implementation. The milk to be supplied to the milk feeding program. Generally, milk comes from Carabao's milk that is processed into fresh milk products, packed in 180 to 200 ml plastic sachets. It is locally produced from the local dairy farmers, which is the milk products are supplied by the dairy cooperatives or producers at processing facility in different sites. We had here listed the different location of the processing facility in our area of coverage. We had Baklay Multipurpose Cooperative at Tukuran, Zamboanga del Sur. Shari Valley Agrarian Reform Beneficiaries, MPC, at Sindangan, Zamboanga del Norte. We had the Philippine Carabao Center Dairy Processing Facility at Calawit, Zamboanga del Norte. And lastly, we have this new processing facility, the LGU Dairy Processing and Marketing Facility at the Pitan City. Production of these milk products follows production protocols in terms of its safety and nutrient content. Samples will be sent to known laboratories for physico-chemical and microbial analysis. This process will start every onset of milk feeding season. To provide a brief information, these are the nutrients present in milk of these different animals, which traditionally produce milk for human consumption. We had Carabao's milk, cow's milk, and goat's milk. These are the images of these animals for those who have not seen or familiarized with these animals. So the female Carabao, known as the Caracao. Then for cattle, we have cow. And for goat, we have the female goat is called do. Now we will talk on the milk. So milk is highly perishable and it spoils easily if not handled properly. So the succeeding slides will be the guide in handling to prevent the milk from spoilage. So it's handling. During transport, milk should be kept cold at all times. So if possible, it is 0 to 4 degrees centigrade. From the processing plant to the designated drop-off and until it will reach to the individual learners. Milk pouches in 200 ml is placed in the coolers or in the styro boxes. It may be frozen or chilled. So the blue color are the coolers and this brown one picture is the styro boxes. If milk box is not frozen, ensure sufficient ice is available to chill the milk sachets and put additional ice as necessary. Receiving the milk and checking its milk quality. Inspect containers, which is the styro boxes or the ice coolers. It should be clean and no foul odor. Milk in pouches or in packs must be chilled or frozen. Now we will use this called sensory evaluation. So we have to smell it. So the smell of sour or panis. Then the color using our eyes. So it must be whitish and smooth. No lump or curdling. So if you taste it, of course, it will taste good. Reject milk if quality is questionable. Milk with leakage or damages or damaged pouches will be replaced by the suppliers. Milk storage after inspection or sensory evaluation. If freezer is available, transfer the milk immediately upon delivery or to styro boxes. Ensure that freezer is functioning well to maintain proper temperature. Store milk in separate container or store milk separately from other food products because milk easily absorbs odor. The styro boxes can keep frozen sachet for at least 3 days if sealed tightly or placed considerable amount of ice and always add ice if necessary to maintain the chilling of the milk. Serving of milk to children. So the milk should not be served frozen. So when you receive the milk and if it is frozen, so let it liquefy first because there are children who are very sensitive. The stomach of the children are very sensitive. So 200 ml or 1 pouch per feeding beneficiary per day allocation. Milk can be drank directly from the pouch or can be transferred to a glass. Of the milk quality, do not serve the milk to the children. So the allergen information. So milk contains milk. So for the lactose intolerance children or pupils, so you have to ask, or there is a consent from the parents, I think, to let their children drink the milk. So for churning of stomach, especially for the first timer and those who are not accustomed of drinking fresh milk, so it is a normal reaction. So if a child feels any discomfort during the milk feeding, discontinue giving milk to the child until the cause of the discomfort is known by the school doctor or nurses. So during the delivery of the milk, so drop-offs should prepare boxes which have the capacity to accommodate their allocations. So you can already estimate that the milk will be in 200 ml pouches. So your delivery schedule will be once or twice in a week. So it depends upon the agreed schedule of the milk feeding focals. And the deliveries of the milk will only be delivered to the designated drop-off. So remember that the good quality milk can be maintained if properly and safely handled. So the key word is do not break the cold chain. Flyers will be provided for your reference upon request. Or after this presentation, you may ask some questions and I am willing to accommodate. Thank you.
Ma'am Pe, the presentation is over.
Yes po. So, may mga tanong po ba tayo? Oh, saya di ay. Wala ba yung mga question?
Yes, Ma'am Pe. Mag-wait ta sa kuan sa YouTube if na sila'y questions. So, dearest participants, please type in the chat box your questions so that we can read it and then we can entertain your questions. Since there are no questions, so let me read to you the let me present to you the certificate of recognition is hereby awarded to Ma'am Fe Imelda Academia for her valuable insights and knowledge as resource speaker during the virtual orientation on the school-based feeding program school year 2021-2022, utilizing fiscal year 2022 funds on April 11, 2022. Given this 11th day of April 2022 at the Schools Division Office of Lanao del Norte, Picarangan, Tubod, Lanao del Norte. Signed, Edelberto L. Opionaria, CESO 5. Thank you, Ma'am Pe.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time.
May I have the permission to leave?
Yes, Ma'am Pe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ma'am Fe, for reminding us on how to handle and serve the milk for quality milk. Always remember, do not break the cold chain. So let us always remember, do not break the cold chain. So in order to fully implement this program, there are certain documents that needs to be prepared. For us to know the necessary documents, let us have Mr. Muhammad Yasser Bongaros for the SBFP documents. Again, may we call in Mr. Muhammad Yasser Bongaros for the SBFP documents. Please be patient as we are having some technical problems. Sir Ho, please mute.
Hello, good day everyone. I am Muhammad Yasser Bungaros, a school nurse assigned in Pantauragat district. So, hello, good day everyone. I am Muhammad Yasser Bungaros, a school nurse assigned in Pantauragat district. So, I will be talking to you about the SBFP form. So, I know most of you are already familiar since we have been using these forms already for the last feeding programs that we have. So, let me remind you that the forms that I will be discussing to you, you will be submitting these forms to your district nurses, and the district nurses will forward it to the division office. So before the start of the feeding program, you should accomplish these forms, especially the forms 1 to 6. Okay, so here, let us start with the Form 1. So Form 1 is basically the master list of beneficiaries. So what do we have for the master list? First, we should fill up all the required data in the upper portion. So division, province, we have the municipality or barangay, the name of school, and then the district, school ID, and on the other side, the name of the principal, the name of the feeding focal person. So let's proceed to the table. What do we have on this table the names. So the name of beneficiaries should be listed all here. So remember that your number of beneficiaries should coincide with the names listed in your master list. So for example, you have 100 beneficiaries uh, that in your school. So we should also see 100 names listed in this master list. And then, so let's proceed with the next column. Next column will be sex. Again, put the male or female, and then the grade and section. And then on the next column is the date of birth. And then the date of weight weighing or measuring. So when did you take the weight of that children? And then the next is the age in years or months. And then the weight, which in kilograms, and then our height will be in centimeters. So the BMI for the 6 years old and above, and then on the next column, your nutritional status. So in the BMI, you put these either if they are severely wasted, normal, or overweight or obese. And then for the height for age, you have to put if you have a severely stunted or normal, or either you have also tall. And then on the next column is the child of our school-based feeding program. So it is very important that the child is dewormed before we proceed with the school-based feeding program, because our feeding will not be effective if the child is not dewormed. So let's proceed to the next column. Parents consent for milk, yes or no? So we need to secure consent before we give milk, since there are children that have milk intolerance. So we need to secure that. Anyway, I will be also showing you the consent form later. Okay, so let's proceed. Participation in 4Ps. So if their parents is a 4Ps member, then you can put yes. If not, there's no. And then on the last column, the beneficiary of SBFP in previous years, of if the listed beneficiary today is a beneficiary in the previous year, so just put yes. Okay, so let's proceed the SBFP Form 2. So in Form 2, the Form 2 is just the summary of beneficiaries and the start of the feeding. So again, proportion. So below is the number of undernourished school children by grade level. So you have here the grade level, and then you just put how many severely wasted, normal, overweight, severely stunted, normal, or tall. All this data is you can just base this on your Form 1. So how many have you identified from your Form 1? You just summarize it here. And then the number of secondary targets. We have secondary targets. These are the pupils at risk of dropping out or PARDOS, the number of stunted or severely stunted, number of indigent learners, and indigenous people. So if you have happen to have a secondary targets, then you should put them here. And then the number of learners dewormed, again, you base this on your Form 1. And then number of 4Ps beneficiaries, number of pupils who are beneficiary in the previous years. So below is the prepared by SBFP, your school focal person, and then approved shall be prepared by the school before the start of feeding and after feeding, to be compiled by the SDO and for final compilation by the regional office for submission to the DepEd BLSS SHD. So let's proceed to the Form 3. So this is our Form 3. Form 3 is the record of the daily feeding. So In here, again, fill out the required data in the upper portion, and in the table the name of pupils. So again, list the list of pupils from your master list. So this is day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, and so on. So you'll just have to check this if you have given the child their share of feeding. And then you can also add other sheets if you have more feeding days, because this has only 20 days, good for 20 days. So we can add more sheets if we have a more than 20 days, or actually we will reach 30 days for feeding. And then, so let's proceed to the Form 4. So our Form 4 is the list of authorized consignees and our school inspection team. So list of authorized consignees is first the school head, the feeding coordinator, and the property custodian. So basically, you will just fill out their mobile numbers here, provide mobile numbers, their email address, and 3 specimen signature for each individual. And then our school inspection team is composed of our teachers, and then their mobile numbers, email address, and then 3 specimen signature each. Okay, so on note that only authorized consignees are allowed to receive the goods. So let's proceed to our Form 5. So our Form 5 is the Sbfp milk component, the list of beneficiaries. Again, fill out the forms on the top, and then the names, grade, and section, and then the classification of students in terms of milk tolerance. So you will be asking this on our consent if the child is without milk tolerance and will participate in the feeding program. So usually, all our children will just participate. If there are some, you can also check this if the child is intolerant but willing to participate, and then not allowed by parents to participate. So that is why we are going to secure a consent. Again, below you will just be prepared by the SBFP focal person and the school approved by the school head. Let's proceed to our Form 6. So our Form 6 is the deliveries. So in the grade level, number of beneficiaries, you list the number of your beneficiaries here, and then date delivered. So when the goods are delivered, you put the date, either it's a new replacement, and then the number of packs for replacement or rejected, and then remarks. And below is for the milk delivery. So just the same with the NFP deliveries. So again, date of delivery, and then it's the pack is received as new, a replacement, and then if you have rejected, and then remarks. So, and below is the prepared by feeding coordinator and approved by the school head. So, okay, so that will be all for our first form 1 to 6, because these forms will be submitted by the schools before the start of feeding program. So this will be the forms that you will comply before the feeding programs. And then now let's proceed to our Form 7. So our Form 7 in school level is basically the program and terminal report. So in here, fill out all the needed data in the upper portion. And then letter A, the accomplishments. So you have the number of kindergarten, severely wasted, and then the total. So just On the next, the coverage, SBFP coverage for the secondary, if you have secondary beneficiaries. So for the SBFP primary beneficiaries for milk, you listed there in this portion. You have severely wasted and wasted. So you can still base this on your Form 1. And then the SBFP coverage for the secondary beneficiaries for milk if you have. And then number 5, the type of food or commodities distributed to learners. Check applicable items. So if you have Milky Ban or Nutriban, you can just check it. And then for milk, if you have fresh milk, you can check the fresh milk. And then number 6, the SBFP funds for those with downloaded funds. So if you have been downloaded from the division office, you can reflect the amount here. If the funds that you have utilized, it's 100% utilized, just put there 100%. And then the donations or resources generated. So if you have donations from our stakeholders, you can also reflect it on our program and terminal report. And then letter C, the significant events and other health and nutrition program experiences and good practices. So again, what happened, who were involved, when did it happen, and then the outcome, what is or are its important contribution to the school-based feeding program of the school. And then you have here letter D, what's the lesson learned and suggestions to strengthen SBFP. So proposed plan of action and recommendations. So, and then letter F is photos. So you take photos before, during, and after our feeding program. So prepared by the SBFP school coordinator and noted by our school head. Again, the PTR forms will be submitted to your district nurses. And then now let us proceed to our next form. Our next form is the Form 8. So our Form 8 is our consent form for the milk feeding program. So we have this consent form. So this consent form will also be distributed to your beneficiary before the start of feeding program so that you will be able to know if they have been allowed by the parents to participate, especially in the milk component, because there are children who are milk intolerant. No, so if you have someone with milk intolerance, then they will be allowed by their parents. We'll just have to watch out for these children. But if they will not be allowed, then we cannot also force them. So this is the view of our consent form. So this will be returned to our teachers if the parents will agree and participate in our feeding program, especially in the milk component. And then let's proceed to the last form. This is the SBFP form or the monitoring and evaluation form. So in here, you'll just fill out the name of school and date. And number 1 is the preparation of data for the program. So you have the list of beneficiaries, the nutritional assessment. So how many severely wasted, how many severely stunted, how many wasted. So basically you will have a total of numbers of the nutritional assessment. And then school work and financial plan, the cycle menu, the project procurement management plan. So then number 2, release of funds from SDO to schools. how much is released, first tranche or second tranche, and then date received, or you can have if there's no funds were allocated. And then orientation of SBFP. So with orientation or no orientation, remember, before the start of the feeding program, we should also orient our parents, the parents of our beneficiaries, and then partnership with the various stakeholders in school. So if you have NGOs, GO, LGU, and other foundations. So program management, number 5. So date started and expected number of days of completion, the procurement method followed, the nutrition, education during feeding, and then the weighing scale used in school. So compliance to cycle menu, attendance of the beneficiaries, and parents' involvement. And number 6 is the development of health and nutrition values, which is the proper hand washing, prayer before and after meals, good grooming, and personal hygiene. So check this part if you have observed changes and development during the feeding program for our school children. And then complementary activities, again, the number of beneficiaries, dewormed. So how many are dewormed? And with functional school garden, at yung gulayan sa paralan. So waste segregation and composting, and adherence to food safety. Submission of SBFP forms, so with report or without report. So again, we have to submit the SBFP forms before the start of the feeding program. So submission of liquidation report, if with liquidation or without liquidation. Issues and concerns. So in here, you can write. So if you have issues and concerns regarding our feeding program, so this will be submitted still to your district nurses. So I think that will be all for my part. And thank you so much for listening, and have a nice day.
Sir Yas, since we now know the necessary documents to prepare, we are hoping that it will be submitted on time for faster and smoother implementation of our program. For the next part of this orientation, may we present to you the best practices of the school who garnered second place during the regional search for best SBFP Best Implementer. And now let us watch the video presentation of Kapatagan East Central School headed by Miss Grace Deloria. Enjoy the video, and we hope that you will learn from it. So while Miss Kim is still preparing the video, so We have a question earlier. The question came from Ma'am Badatya. So, yung question is, kanusa possibly mag-start ang SBFP? So, the answer is, we are on our implementation phase already. Ang procurement is ongoing na siya. So, actually, ga-start na gid ang implementation. Pero napa siya diri sa division nga stage. Kani deh. Ano na ito ha? So if ever naa pa mo'y other questions, please feel free to comment down below. You can also message your corresponding nurse regarding your query so that they can voice it out here. The beauty of our virtual orientation is that we can always review everything that we have discussed earlier via YouTube. So, anything, if naamoy mga na-miss sa ato ang discussion, pwede ra ninyo i-review sa ato ang YouTube. Sa mga na late or mga ninglag ang signal, you can always review the entire discussion and you can always check the video from YouTube. So we are asking for your patience and your time since we are still having a minor technical difficulty. So please bear with us and be patient. So again, let us watch the video presentation from Kapatagan East Central School headed by Ma'am Grace Deloria. Please enjoy the video and hope you will learn from it.
Every year, the Department of Education implements different programs for the welfare of our school children. One of these programs is the School Based Feeding Program or SBEP, which is considered to be a sound investment in education. That's why the Department of Education or DepEd assured that it continues to ensure the health and nutrition of learners under distance learning amidst the COVID-19 pandemic. Continuing program or it aims to contribute to the improvement of their nutritional status, help boost their immune system, and improve their health and nutritional values. DepEd Undersecretary for Curriculum and Instruction, Diosdado San Antonio, in the Laging Handa public briefing published January 27, 2021 at 3:26 p.m. by Marlena Hernando Malipot, said the department continues its efforts to ensure that the students remain healthy through the School-Based Feeding Program, or SBEP. School-based feeding program existed because of the needs of our severely wasted learners in order to augment their nutritional status. This school year, Kapatagan and Central School took an extra mile to help our beneficiaries, even though COVID-19 virus is a threat to everyone. It never stopped us in supplementing our learners. Our school initiated a project entitled PG on the Go. This is a flagship program of the school which operates side by side with the SBP, and it targets also to eradicate the problem of malnourishment. Aside from utilizing the unproduced vegetables in school through our Gulayan sa Paaralan, this also aims to fully supplement the undernourished learners with the needed nutrients of the body. By following the safety health protocols and proper hygiene, we were able to provide and deliver cooked vegetables all throughout the puroks of barangay population, even including those learners enrolled in the school which are residing in the adjacent barangay. For distribution to learners, our school strategies schemes for delivery, such as requesting parents to pick up the food like the Nutriban and milk on the designated days and time, delivering the items to every homes by Parents Brigade in collaboration with Purok leaders and partnering with barangay officials. We proudly say that the initiatives of this program help a lot our beneficiaries. These initiatives do not only help the learners in the physical aspect, but also help nourish their mental and psychosocial aspects, which the school strongly believes the most affected aspects in the lives of everybody, especially the children during this time of pandemic. When the children's body is healthy, the mind and psychosocial aspects are also boosted. In this manner, they will be safe from any diseases. Hence, because of this program, most parents give positive feedback. They witness several changes to their children, physically, mentally, and emotionally. In this manner, these learners were not hard to manage at home. They help in the household chores and are always happy to in dealing with the other family members and to others in the community. Why should Kapatagan and Central School be awarded as the most outstanding school implementer of SBP? The Kapatagan and Central School should be the best implementers of SBEP because it gives full support and commitment to this program with the help of potential SBEP partners, which include the LGUs, BTE, people organizations like the parents in the respective puroks and parents of the feeding beneficiaries that are committed to support with technical assistance for better efficiency in the implementation of this program. These partnerships provide better opportunities to harness the strengths and competencies of each partner. By working cooperatively with partners, the SBP can result in greater impact, scale, reform, and sustainability. Thus, the school-based feeding program in Kapatagan and Central School is implemented not only to address malnutrition, hunger, but also encourages all the identified learners to continue learning amidst the feeding beneficiaries to help one another and extend heartfelt support to make the program implementation successful. With all these positive outcomes, Kapatagan and Central School is blessed to be a blessing to our learners and others. We always in Central School, dako kaayuhan para sa mga kabataan. Diin na kini bisan man sa atong pandemic na ato ang
na sinati karon dili kini baba aron mahatagan nato maayo nga sustansya sa mga kabataan. Tungod niini sa pagkinampayayungay sa eskwelahan sa Kapatagan Central School, ingon man sa mga barangay officials, barangay officials, kini atong nakabot ang successful na maong program. Sa tanan, stay safe, stay at home. Thank you, and to God be the glory.
Ako si Maridit Macas Pasilan, nagpuyo diri sa Puro 14, Poblasyon Kapatagan, Lanao del Norte. Nalipay ko og dako nga ang akong anak si Jacob na apil sa feeding program sa KIPS kay nakatabang sa iyahang kaugalingon, sa iyahang health na makakaon siya o makainom siya sa gatas nga hinatag sa gobyerno nga pagkapadugang sa iyahang. Nagpasalamat ko sa nagpaluyo anang programa nga paghatag o libreng feeding program sa mga kabataan, labi na sa mga bata nga kulang sa nutrisyon na ikatampo ang atong gobyerno hinaot na mulungkad idugay ang ilang pagsuporta sa mga bata sa mga nga nanginahanglan.
Ako si Janice Sabares, 29 anyos ang pangidaron, nagpuyo sa Procotso Poblasyon Kapatagan, Lanao del Norte. Nalipay kitong dako nga usa nga akong anak nga si Largen Sabares apil sa feeding beneficiaries sa school-based meal component Nutribon feeding program. Ay dako katabang ug kausaban sa iyang partisipasyon sa iyang pag-eskwela ilabi na sa pagyod. Kay dako katabang
sa Puro President sa Puro 14 Poblasyon sa Kapatagan ng Ako nagpasalamat sa DepEd sa ilang programa karon na feeding program ang ilang mga anak nakadawat sa feeding program. Thank
Sila na Jen Sabares, nalipay ko nakadawat pan o gatas. Sanahan ko mag-answer sa Google. Manaot ko.
Kay maayo ang ilang libuhan. Nanitabang sila para mahimsog ug strong. Ang mga bata maparehas nako. Salamat mga ma'am ug sir ug sa mga mama ug papa. Daghang salamat. God bless us all.
I would say that our constant monitoring with our feeding beneficiaries through call and text, informing them where to get their share and asking them whether they were able to get their share, asking also feedback coming from them, have definitely contributed to the success of the implementation of the school feeding program.
Kanilay ka na. Tuan daw sa imuhan. Apistin, spin niya. Di, validate naman na sa una.
So I hope you have learned something from that video from Kapatagan Central School. So to formally close our enriching activity, we shall be graced by an endearing message from our OIC of School Health Section. May we call in Dr. Melvin Enerio. A virtual applause, please.
Thank you very much to our admirable MC, our newly discovered MC for today's activity, Miss Melin Tuastomdan. Am I audible? Inday?
Yes, Doc, loud and clear.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so good afternoon once again to all the participants of this school-based feeding orientation. And okay, on behalf of our school's division superintendent, Sir Edelberto Oplinarias, ISO 5, and our assistant schools division superintendent, Dr. Rosemary Tulud Masisar, our SGOD chief, Ma'am Maria Carmela T. Ablin, and also to the school health section, uh, headed by the Sbfp focal person, Ma'am Kim Ibol. We would like to express our gratefulness and thanks to all who joined and attended this school-based feeding orientation. School-based feeding program for me is one of the most highly budgeted programs of the Department of Education. And it only shows that the government is sincere in its goal, to eradicate malnutrition and hunger in our country. So since the Department of Education was chosen, to become the steward of the implementation of this very significant program, it is our duty as teachers, as mentors, that we should be serious also in implementing the school-based feeding program in our respective schools. And for me, school-based feeding is one of the most noble programs, and unforgettable programs of the Department of Education. Kay kanang sa madunggan lang nako nga kanang mga istorya-istorya sa mga atong mga mama, atong mga edad-idaran na nga mga ginikanan na makaingon sila magisgot og school-based feeding, makaisgot pa sila sa una nga during their time nga elementary sila nag-feeding daw and they are beneficiaries of the Nutriban. So that was long time ago, pero dili jud nila malimtan ba ang experience of being a beneficiary of a feeding program of the Department of Education. So for me, kung ato aning ayuhon og implement, atong ihatag yun sa beneficiaries ang para sa ilahang mga pagkaon, antod sa ilahang pagdako, antod sila mahimong mga professional or mahimo ng mga family man, dili dyan na nila malimtan ang ato ang gibuhat nga pag na maayong implementation sa feeding para nila. So for me, it is a very beautiful and a very wonderful legacy to leave behind, kung retire na ta from DepEd or if we are no longer connected to the Department of Education, dili din na nila malimtan ang kindness, ang paghatag ug sa kamaayong nga implementation sa mga health program sa ato ang government, most especially tanaw na to nga kung bata kabalo sa klase nag-hire ta og mga dedicated og mga bright nga mga teachers, but but if the stomach of our children is empty, dili gyapon effective ang ato ang mga effort nga pagabuhaton nga kanang giingon nato nga gusto ta mohatag og quality education for our school children. So I hope that everything we learn from this orientation will be cascaded and will be implemented during our actual feeding implementation. And rest assured that we in the division office uh, is in full support no of the implementation of this program. So just feel free to visit our office. Kung ano na mo'y angay nga pangutana or i-clarify, we are here to give technical assistance also so that we could achieve the proper implementation of the school-based feeding this year. So thank you very much for joining this virtual orientation, and stay safe and God bless us all. Back to you, Miling.
Thank you, Doc Melvin. We want to express our deepest gratitude to our speakers, and we would like to thank and commend everyone for participating in this virtual orientation. We hope you learned a lot from our speakers. On the other hand, we will be sending to you the Katami link for the evaluation of this activity. And don't forget to fill in the necessary data. And also, the Sbfp forms are being sent to your nurses, so kindly ask the copy from your nurses. According to Norman Borlaug, food is the moral right of all who are born into this world. So if you cannot feed 100 people, then just feed one, said Mother Teresa. Have a nice day, everyone, and keep safe. Once again, thank you and good afternoon. Bye. Kansamnita.